Test. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. And on this Monday, April 14th, 2025, and we got some work to do. Now, on Saturday, I did a super secret stream for about a couple hours. I don't know, somewhere around there, where I had done most of my renaming. So let's start with that, since that is that's the deal. That's the thing. Let's open Redot into a new tab. Okay. I always get surprised at because it does this tab thing and then this moves, and so I don't really pick up the fact that it's actually moving down because it's making room for the tab up here. And you can't see that obviously, so let's go to desktop. Okay. Okay, so like here, let's close this again. See that? Open new tab. Then it jumps down, and it always surprises me. I'm always like, huh? But anyways, let's go into projects. Let's go into Enchanted Lands Phase 1. Here, let's open GitHub Desktop, because I'm obviously going to end up fooling around in here. I can minimize that, though, because we're not going to be doing anything in that. So if you don't know, my name is Keith. I always go by Ufgood, and I'm creating an adventure game, which is going to start as a choose your own adventure, and it's going to evolve over time in various phases to eventually be a complete point click interactive game like the kind you play in the early 90s. You know, Monkey Island, the Sierra Quest games, you know, like Space Quest, King's Quest, that sort of thing. And and each phase is going to add a little bit more to the engine, more interactivity, more features. I'm gonna eventually have I'll have the reusable rooms. I'll have multiple player characters. I'll have what else will I have? A parser, inventory system. And eventually, it will evolve to include the whole point and click thing. Anyways, what we're working on today is, let's see, rooms redux renumbered. And these are all the okay, so let's actually go to, let's open that in a new tab too. Oh, that's weird. I was hoping it would. Okay, that doesn't really matter. Uh, Wait a second. What did I do here? Design documents. Okay, those are design documents. This is what? Oh. I don't need all this stuff open. What's going on here? Okay. All right. Well, now there's only one tab. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's open dev stuff in a new tab. There we go. And let's open that in a new tab. So this is the, okay, and this is the design document stuff, and then this I want to go into actual rooms. Okay, so you notice here the rooms here we have this LV00 number, RM0 number, dash, descriptive name, dash, PLV001, RM01. Okay, so this used to be the old what I was going to do, the hierarchy based deal where it would automatically arrange the rooms on the editor map. and that's in editor. That's not in the game itself. But I realized it'd be better to, because I couldn't get Grok to reliably make one that did the exact thing I wanted. So instead, I'm going to do it manually. And so that necessitated a change in file names. So instead of this, it's going to be a number, and it's going to be a descriptive name, and it's all going to be location. So all the files are actually going to be individual location files that cover all the rooms. So, and then here we'll go into a sample room here real quick. Right, ID, parent, name, description, doors, which is where you go to the next deal. And here we go. So what I did is, okay, so this is here. Let me actually go back to the original deal. So let's go over to this tab again. Okay, so let's new room list, rooms. What was rooms.text? Rooms.text. Okay, that was actually that was all the rooms in JSON format as separate JSON object. That's not important. We can close that. New room list. Okay, so this is okay. So this is after I had started actually adding names, right? Room this, then this, and this is before the whole level thing. So what I kind of did was I see new room list. Rooms list redux. Okay, so I eliminated all that and just went back to the numbers. So these are like room numbers, you might say. 1 through 93. Yeah, 1 through 93 there. And then we got the locales, right? So these are the locales. And I believe it's all the way to 93. Okay, 93. Redux locales. And then, of course, renumbered, which is the one I already have open there. Who is... Oh, Games from Scratch. Games from Scratch is notifying me on Discord that they got... You know, they notify everyone that he's got a new article up or whatever. Game engine by programming language series continues. We check out the Rust programming languages, the best engines. Okay, that's cool, I guess. Whatever. I'm not using Rust, so that doesn't apply to me. Alrighty. Okay, so basically, okay, so we're actually, I'm gonna go briefly what I did on Saturday night to end up with this. So what we did is we started with creating an ID, which is the location, and then the label is just the location by itself with the space. The parent is the actual file name, and then door is where I'm going to end up doing the doors array. And I will make myself a sample JSON to show Grok how I want it to look. Any case, so these are going to be the file names from here on out, and what I did was first it was 1 to 93, and then because these are all separate locations, so you had Enchantlands 1, Hebert Home, which is its own location, Cerulean, and then down on the line there's actually another Cerulean 1. And so what I had it do is I had it renumber everything so that the number matches the location. So essentially, Enchanted Lands is a quote-unquote location, even though technically it's just like the intro text or whatever. But what it means is, wherever there's Cerulean, and there's only 2 of them, the Cerulean 1 is the second one, it's still going to be the same ID number, 003. And so then I had it renumber them because they were non-continuous, non-contiguous, right? So I had it renumber it, and it's 1 through 44, but keep the same order. So that's why these are end up being out of order. At first they started in order, right? But then we got Cerulean 1, which is 003, and it's I don't know, it's like number 9 or something. Random Villages is now number 9. It was like way up the list somewhere. And so the numbers look kind of all out of order, but they're still in the order, the original order of 1 to 93 that I had. And the door just leads to the next one. The parent leads to the previous one, and empty door at the end because there's no door there. And the parent here at the head is 000, indicating that there's no parent really. That it's actually the root. So yeah. And I'll have to change the main menu's door destination, but that's kind of okay. Anyways, I will have to change some of the loading code though. And so what we're going to do today is I'm going to take this, I'm going to tell it to turn it into JSON. In fact, I'm going to create a specific, it's more or less what this shows, but I'm going to use the existing JSON as a sort of a blueprint. So I can have kind of the same, so it acts kind of the same. In fact, I'll probably be modifying the rooms. I don't know if I'll be modifying the doors because the door isn't gonna have any like extra new stuff. It's gonna have the choice, it's gonna have the destination, whatever. So it's not gonna be really a change in that. So this is what we're doing today. This is what I'm doing today. If anybody's interested, great. And I guess let's get started, right? Okay, so let me pull up Grok. And I'll do it off the standalone Grok website. And I need to do something real quick. In fact, I don't need these headphones right now because I'm not listening to anything. I'm going to put up the be right back sign. Can I rename that? Let's rename that. It's actually showing in there. Okay, so it's going to be right back anyways. Let's rename this to BRB. That's just when I need to go real quick. And so the what I have here, I have the desktop, and I have that little like background video kind of you know, like semi-transparent or whatever. And so when I need to go do something real quick, I'll run out. I'll do this. I won't turn off the microphone just because I need to go out for a second. It's kind of warm in here. I'm wondering if the air's off. Anyways, be right back. Be right back. We'll get started here in just a second. Okay, well, that's okay. Dad's busy doing something. Let me switch back to the desktop. Right, it was on desktop. Okay, cool. All right. It's warm in here, but okay. So our temperature, our thermostat, we have to set it frequently because I don't think it like works right exactly. Like you turn it on, and if it gets hot, then you turn on a degree cooler. Then it keeps it really cool, and then till almost to the point it's cold, you have to turn it back up again. You know, you can't just set it at a temperature and have it be nice temperature. That's not the way that works. You know, it's either super cold or it's super hot, right? And right now it's set to 77. Now I don't know how. Okay, 77 Fahrenheit if you're not U.S. But basically that's pretty cool as far as our house is concerned. Right now it's 77, which is usually pretty cool, but it's not on right now because it's at the right temperature. Outside my room it's cooler. In here it's the heat's being generated by my computer and stuff. So to me it's a little too hot. I was just gonna see if I could, turn it back down, but you know, whatever. It's okay. I can stand it. Let's see. TD script objects with ID properties is probably the last one that I was working on. Okay. So bring Grok up, and then I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, I'm going to temp stuff. We're in the rooms folder. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, okay, let's close these other deals. Redux renumbered. And all right, so I'm going to go ahead and let's do something here. Actually, it's no file. We're going to say new text. Select all. Copy. I don't want to actually mess with the file. In fact, I probably won't even delete and redeal. I'll probably just move these into like another folder, like an old folder or something. Maybe I'll throw them into the design docs folder. Okay, so unsaved document. That's cool. ID is this. Paste. No, doggone it, forgot. Okay, let's copy this. Go C. Oops. And Control V. Parent. Keep on forgetting. I need to do Control Tab to tab in between the two tabs. Okay, so parent is this one, and this is just a sample so that Grok can take all of the. See, right now what we're doing is doing that. See, I'm gonna call something label instead of name. Hopefully it won't cause any kind of a problem. Copy that. And for name, I'm gonna do paste. No. And we want to copy this because it's just the first Cerulean. Paste. Description. Oh, okay. So here, Control C. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put these in here like this. And we are going to that. John, set a store nearby. Okay. Yeah, let's just do it like this. Um, and and let's make sure that we're step through the portal closes behind him. That's the end. And then we go to this. And I think it relies, I don't know if it relies on indentation too, but I think maybe. Let's see. Hit one if you wish to go to, what's the next one? Caves of Dragon Mount. Hit one if you wish to go to, we'll go ahead and say Caves of Dragon Mount. Something like that. 0 to quit. Okay. And recent json. Oh, interesting. I guess that's because it's all on one line. I think is what it is. Uh, right. So if I go longer, the word wrap, right? Okay. This one, like that. All right. Like so. And here I'm gonna do a thing where I stretch it. I'm actually stretching it across my two monitors. That's why it's cut off. But I just wanted to see if it's doing like it's supposed to. So like this is all one string though, and that's why it's not indented. This is indented up here because that's the way it is, right? Door. Okay. And then the door is 004 dash Caves of Dragon Mount. Actually, I need to see how it's actually spelled here, though. Dragon Mount, Caves of Dragon Mount. That's exactly how it's spelled, and that's exactly how it's spelled. Good, good, good. Okay, so that is our test. That's our test one. Okay, so all I want to do here is I don't need to save it, or yeah, I don't need to save it. Door, door one, and that's all like it's supposed to be. One door. Honestly, the doors could actually be these names here, but considering considering that's actually the destination, right? Door might be door two. There's our 4 caves of Dragon Mount. Maybe I could, you know, I might could do that too. That might be a good idea. the door ID. Let's see, door to caves. Um, I'm just thinking here. As far as names go, node names. Let me ask Grok. I guess I don't. I mean, I don't know if it knows. Um, today, today. See if it picks up. I mean, it should actually pick up and tell me here what day it is. Hopefully. Yeah, I keep forgetting. It might be a little too long in the tooth now. Maybe I should just start a new conversation. Specific format for door. Provide specific format. Like, um, I want to ask first. Um, you know the current convention of node names in the Godot editor, Redot editor. I have an ID for the door that's usually just DR001 for door number. But when I display it in the editor map special scene that allows me to lay out my game, I usually have it create a Pascal case name with door2 as part of it. For instance, door2 Hubert. What if I put spaces in the actual node name? Does that screw anything up? Actually having spaces. Maybe you can look at the documents so I don't have to. Although, like I said, it's getting a little too heavy. Uh, and of course, it's going to do this really long, drawn out thing here. It's not done yet. It's probably still better to do it without spaces, I suppose. But that can still be the ID, door2, you know. I could even use hyphens if I want to. And I could actually display it as hyphens too. In fact, I'm thinking that I might just display. I might set the display name to the actual name of the room and of the door, so that way I don't have to do any like weird conversions or anything. What causes issues in your setup? Using specific name invention. I mean I should suppose read the documents. I mean really I should and I probably will at some point. It just right now I always figure it's easier to ask somebody. It's like I don't know. It's like when I was talking to IRC in years past, and I'm trying to figure out how to do something, and so I ask this little quick question. Well, does this do this or does this do that? And then somebody rudely says, "Well, why don't you look it up? Just Google it or whatever." Instead of just either just ignoring me or answering me, because really all I want is like this quick, kind of like this quick answer, like, oh no, it's this, or oh no, it's that, or whatever, you know. And half the time I've already looked at what I was asking for. Anyway, it's kind of, it to me, it's quicker. It's quicker if people know and you're talking to them than it is to go look up something or have to put like a question in a forum because forum usually takes days, stuff like that. Um, no design should follow Pascal case conventions for each word, such as the capital letter, and no spaces or underscores in between words. Because nodes often correspond to classes or types in Godot. Um, Voting. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Adding spaces instead of let's evaluate. Does it allow spaces? The engine is not strict to yeah potential issues. Get node or shorthand. If the node name is spaces, you can still access it, but the shorthand syntax becomes problematic. Okay. Valid GD script syntax. Less convenient. Node path consistency impacting your editor map scene. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. So, is adding hyphens uh, problematic at all? For instance, I might have a node name. For instance, my room IDs are the ID number with a hyphen and a location name 0 2 Hubert home sort of thing. And I forgot to close parentheses, but that's okay. It's just a thing. Hmm. Okay. The names are sort of strings. The engine plays very few restrictions, allowed characters. Descriptors and hyphens, even spaces. Official style guide recommends Pascal case, which typically avoids hyphens and spaces in favor of capitalizing each word. A stylistic recommendation, not a strict requirement. Hyphen technically allowed in no nameless explorer accessing. Use them without issue. Get node. But it follows stricter is invalid GDScript syntax because hyphens are not allowed in GDScript identifiers. Huh. That's interesting. Why don't I... It's going to create meta files, which is not exactly ideal, but it will be okay. Let's go into Redot. Let's run Redot. Oh, well, you know what? I do already have that in here, don't I? Not door 2, but I do already have the... Hmm. That's kind of interesting. I'm trying to think of whether or not I should or can make it so that... Let's see. Cave to Dragon Mount 004. Cave to Dragon Mount. Hmm. In fact, the door 2, it'll actually be... Oh, I see. I could always do the label and remove the spaces. That means some extra formatting that I have to do. Door 2004 dash Caves of Dragamount. Um, oh, okay, so this is what the one thing that I wanted to do. Let's see here. Editor map. What if I rename this rooms? What if I, okay, so I'm gonna rename this. And what if I call this rooms like that? And what if I go ahead and stick this in here? Okay. All right. That does make sense. Okay, so well, I wonder if I should remove the hyphen. Do I need the hyphen? Maybe I don't need the hyphen. Um, You know what? Maybe I don't need the hyphen. I don't think about that. If I don't need the hyphen, then I can use numbers. Okay. Okay, so question then is, do I need hyphens in the first place? 002 Hubert home could serve just as well, correct? A little less readable. I don't need a long analysis. Just a short summary answer. Do I need hyphens in the first place? I suppose it's a little harder to read, sort of. I mean, it's not like you can't read it. It's like you see 002 and then you see Hubert Home and you're like, well, that's, we're talking about. So door 2002 Hubert Home would still work, be fine. Proves readability by separating the number. Test your code to handle a new format. I'm just trying to be a bit consistent as well as not having to do anything out of the ordinary for names. Even though identifiers can't use hyphens, they can use underscores. Again, short summation. Oh, okay. I'm considering the so it's just so I don't have to parse anything. I can just use it outright. If I remove the hyphen or underscore, it makes it a bit harder to read, but is more consistent with the GD script convention. If I add an underscore, it gives visual separation without fouling up links Dollar sign. What do they call those dollar sign links again? Dollar sign syntax thing. Where is it? About piling up dollars. Issues with dollar sign syntax. Uh, so I'll probably go back to underscores. I was using underscores before, but it's a little bit tougher to type in. I mean, it's not hard to type in an underscore, but I have to do shift and I have to do the the hyphen key, the dash key or whatever beside zero up there. And so it's a little extra finger work. It's not hard, like I don't have a hard time or I have a problem using it. So okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and tell it to, let's see. In fact, if I do underscore, here, let's do it. File, new, new. And then let's do one more little thing here. Let's go ahead and sample over here. Because I'm going to have it do the list, and then I'm going to add it to the list. In fact, I'll probably just save it as the same list. But, so this is what we'll do. These are underscore, underscore. And actually, we're going to do this too. We're going to underscore all the words. And door is going to be the same thing. It's going to be underscore, underscore, underscore. Like that. Okay. So, let's select all. Okay, so, and where, wait a second, what happened to, shoot. Let's do that. Hey Greg, sorry I didn't notice you there. If you're still in here, are you using the paid or free version of Restroom? Ask because I use the paid one but never tried the free. What Restroom? Is that supposed to be a joke, Greg? Oh, Restream, you mean? Not you said Restroom, Restream. I'm using the free version of Restream. So, yeah, if you're still in here, in fact, let me check the Discord here real quick, just to make just to see if you're still in here. It's like I wasn't even paying. Like I need to pay attention, but sometimes windows get in front of each other. Right now, I've got the chat uh, portion on the Restream website to the right, so I can actually look at it, so I can see when something's coming up. But when something's in front of it, of course, nothing comes up, right? Okay, so just a second. Announcements there. Mention. Where is the mention? Announcements? Freebies. Uh, Steam. Metro 2033 Redux is free on both Steam and GOG till April 16. A twice as nice freebie. I might have to check that out on. Anyways, hold on a second. I don't know if you're, like I said, I don't know if you're still here, Greg, but restroom, restroom. Okay. Here, let's just go. Okay, let's just do it in stream share. Let's mention Greggy. Are you still there? Let's see if you're still there, because I'm reading 11:52, and right now it's 12:25. So it's like 30 minutes ago that you asked that question. Anyways, okay, why it doesn't need to be that small here, and this doesn't need to be that big either. Okay. Anyways, Greg, whenever you spot here, I'm using the free version of Restream. In fact, I'll even type it into the chat. Goes to platforms, so it's good for YouTube and Rumble. When you right now don't have any money. Wow. It actually showed both of my chats from Rumble and YouTube once I posted it into Restream. That's interesting. Anywho, let's get back to the thing. Okay, so if I copy this, so we're working with this list, and I have a few more modifications. Acknowledge, please. I gotta make sure I repaste the list, even if it makes the conversation, take longer. So let's see what we got. Let's see if it. Okay. So change the. Let's see. What are we? Which one are we doing here? Right. Change ID label and parent. ID label and parent to use underscores instead of hyphens, and then um, um, to use underscores instead of hyphens. Example room, and this one. Also split up the multi-word names to include underscores to separate words. Including a number, for instance. Is there really one sample room? Just so it knows. I had to insert that real quick because yeah. Anyways, okay. You can check in on the chat or just I can answer you here. Free version of Restream. Okay, let's see if it's doing it correctly. Hopefully it'll be doing it correctly. Okay. Now, okay, so it's still working. It's chugging. I actually don't know where it's at though, because I don't know the actual number that it's actually on because all the numbers are kind of out of order now. Because eventually, when I start doing like locations and they're similar locations, like they have the numbers to them, but it's the same location. Random villages might actually be separate, so I'll probably end up changing that somewhere along the line. Boy, that's a really long names though, but on some of them. But I mean that's par for the course, right? So we'll see here. I think actually what I'm gonna do is after this is done, I think I'm gonna start a new conversation. They won't know basically what it's about, but I'll have it generate the JSON and it'll be pretty quick, I believe. So what I'm doing here is I'm making sure that they're all underscores now. That I used to use underscores, and then I decided to use hyphens because they're easier to type. But then I realized that if I ever do the $ shorthand for them, that a hyphen is not a valid GD script syntax. So I had to switch them back to underscore. Not that any of these names will actually be used um, using the shortcut, but just in case I wanted to do something like that later, I kind of doing a thing where I name these and anyways. Replace hyphens with underscores in ID parent and door fields. Oh, did I tell? Okay. I'll have to do it one more thing because the label is not going to. Did I tell it label? Wait a second. Let me go into my little example here. Okay, let me, before I do anything, before I copy or anything, let's go back up here. Updated room list. I told it to do that. It did it correctly. I think I don't want it in the label though. I'm not going to use the label as a name. I'm thinking of a maybe like a display name or something because it's going to be identified with the actual I made a mistake about the label. Could you replace the label fields with uh, replace the underscores in the label fields with spaces? Remains unchanged. Makes it more compatible GD script namings. And I'm sure it can, but now it makes me, it acts like, oh, it's, I'll think about it. and and anyways, I was telling it was my mistake. Yeah. Right? For Cerulean. Right. Yes, correctly. Okay. The kind of the cool thing about the AI thing and the thing with the robots and everything, when you eventually it's in robots, is they won't get tired. And now there's going to be a thing where they're trying to match humans, and so they'll have human like responses to like as far as emotions and stuff. Um, they'll act impatient in some cases. They'll act snotty to you if you call them names or something, stuff like that. But in reality, ask them to do any task that they're tasked to do. won't be anything to them. They'll just do it, and you keep on asking them, and they won't get tired of you asking them. That's kind of the cool part. So the AI, I can keep asking them and saying, no, 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 I want this. No, do it this way. No, I mean, do it this way. And it won't get mad at me for asking it to do it. That's the good part about it not being a real human, is that aspect. That is if this is still going to work. Okay, good. It's still working. Like I said, I'm when I go to convert it to JSON, I'm actually going to go ahead and start a new discussion. It won't know anything about the past, and all it will do is look at the text and come up with what I ask it to come up with. Well, it's getting to the terraces, so that means it's getting close to the end here. Sky one. Yeah, a lot of these will actually turn out to be like at some point I'll be collapsing them, but and actually I won't be collapsing any of these until I get the door choices, the branching paths done. When I get all that done, then I'll get to doing stuff like collapsing rooms and whatever. Actually, I won't be collapsing rooms until phase two, anyways, or phase three. Phase three. Phase three. Phase two. I'm actually separating the directional controls. And then also, I'm going to try to keep the maximum branching paths to 3. I know it kind of limits it a little bit, but considering that the choose your own adventure part is not the ultimate goal, I don't think it'll matter as much. And what it allows me to do is when I add the independent directions, the independent directions are mostly just going to be north, south, east, and west, but then I'm also going to have like up and down, and that's 6, and that's 6, and then 3 more is 9 for a total of 9, and then of course I'm going to allow a total of 7 in this phase to cover both any directions I want and any non-directional choices. And like I said, I'll try to see if I can try to keep choices down to 3, and that is in room choices, in scene choices, basically. Underscores, door and description, unchanged, order intact, the original order, label readability, readable for display purposes. This message format you initially provided, label enchanted lands, consistently with other fields. Underscores, which is consistent with GD script naming conventions and your goal of avoiding extra parsing when using these values. As node names in your editor map with $ syntax. Okay. I'll do that in just a moment. So, okay, so now what I need to do is I need to copy. I need to take this, select all, paste, and everything's good. I'm going to save it. And now let's go to, we're going to close this, close out saving. And then this, what we're going to do is, let's go to Cerulean, which is 3, just so I can give it the idea here. And actually I can just kind of do it here. Like that. I can actually add this manually. Now, here's the cool part here. That's the destination. The destination is also the ID now. No. Destination is still the destination, the file name, right? Still a file name. The ID is going to be this new thing. So it'd be, in fact, it will to caves of dragon. And of course, the ID is also going to since probably don't need the numbers for the locations or the other way around, but I'm gonna leave it that way, is kind of on purpose, as just sort of a convention. I don't know if it will help me or hinder me later or don't do anything for me, but I know that when I do the door, it's gonna be the door to the label, so it's gonna be like that. Okay. Should I give it? Okay. Choice is always one. Okay, here's... Okay. I don't want you to do anything just yet, but here is the JSON format I want you to follow. Sure. I want to explain a few things, but please acknowledge this is the JSON format I want. First. Okay, what happened? Oh, did I hit it? I hit it, didn't I? Okay. It's actually working again. It's not working. So there you go. See, so now I have Premium Plus, and we're doing it monthly. So we're just seeing if it will help us in any way. Otherwise, we're probably just gonna revert back to whatever the free version of X is, and maybe we'll look at some other AI, or maybe we'll just do a free AI. Oh, I acknowledge the JSON is you want to follow for your. Okay. So the ID of the door, of the specific door, doesn't include the location number, just the location name, and all with underscores. Choice is always going to be 1, and it's always a string, not a number. For the future versions. And destination is what is after door. In the list. Copy. So please convert this list to JSON. Separate JSON objects, but in one file. One block of text, so I can copy paste the whole list, but not a single JSON object. Individual JSON objects for each room. Oh, I see. From room. I see. Oh yeah. I should also include the description is always a single string with /ends as new line characters. A space after the description. N. Hit 1 to go to label. Another space, and then hit 0 to exit. Good. We're gonna see if it can do it. uh, I still have the list though, so and I still have the example right there, and so if it can't do it, like if it chokes like it did this last time, or almost choked this last time, then I can always start a new conversation. See what it says. Each row will be separate JSON objects with fields. JSON object with output is a single block of text. Each with its own line separated by new lines not wrapped in any single array. This formula lets you copy paste the entire block into a file. Field mappings ID directly from the ID field, parent from the parent field, label taken directly from the label field. Description, start with description. Two new lines. Yep. One if you wish to go label destination room using the label of the room specified in the door field. With spaces. Doors. Array of door objects. Your current list has a linear projection, one door per room. Each room will have either a single door. Door field is a non-empty, an empty array if the door field is empty. Last room. Each door object has format door to destination name. Or destination name is part of the door value after the number. In this case, so ID is door to drives. Yep. Use underscores, no location number. Always choice always one as a string, not a number per your instructions. Destination, the full door value from the list. Special cases, last room, empty field. Right. Quotes and descriptions. Any double quotes in the descriptions will be escaped. I don't remember quotes in there, but okay. Description, doors. Okay. Door to Hubert home. Here, let's see something here. Oh, here, wait. Can I? Just to go to Hubert home. Okay, that's cool. Yep. Oop. Yep. Looks like it's going to be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I guess some of these are going to be super long. I mean, that's all right, I guess. I mean, right, modern operating systems can't handle super long names, right? Hmm. But hopefully this is not going to crap out on me. Yeah, and of course I'll be a little bit unwieldy in the editor too, but I won't have to do any like conversions to it. Anyways, we'll see here. Okay, let's see what we got going on. Half an hour, I take my break. See, making progress today. Making progress. Making progress. Making progress. Uh, is it? It's not done, is it? I mean, it's done, which means it's collapsed. Oh, it stopped at Bats in the Belfry. See, it's only. We didn't finish. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if it works. Just as long as if it craps out again, I'll have to seriously go to a new conversation, which I probably should have anyways. But that's just the way that goes. I'm just answering somebody's question about being independent. Yeah, well, if it finishes, it should finish appropriately. I mean, unless it starts spouting gobbledygook, which it might. Anyways, but anyways. Mm-mm. So I'm just sitting here waiting for Grok to finish, and then I'll put this conversation to bed, I think. Doom, 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 doom. It's like this guy's wondering why this guy in IRC was wondering why anybody would want to try to do independent, unless it was just for hobbyists, right? Hobbyists is just for fun, right? Because it's very competitive, and he's right, it's competitive, and it's something you have to put up a bunch of time and effort into it. And I said, "Yep." I said, "Well, anything worth doing is worth doing well, so it's worth it. It might be worth it to you." And it still didn't get very far. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to start a new conversation. Thank you very much for your help. But I'm going to have to start a new conversation. Yeah, after a while, it just bogs down. Yeah, well, I actually have to. Let's close that. Appear, select all, copy. Um, I'm creating room format for my game. So this list. So please examine this list and acknowledge before offering suggestions or advice. Copy, Control V. So this is cool. It'll be fairly snappy right now because I'm starting up a new conversation. filled with creative people with dream game they would like to make many times. Unlikely way to attempt them is by trying to do it themselves, and some common see-list people take a year or two being essentially unemployed. Previous employer do not allow for this creative pursuits. Nice. I wish I have such creative. Yes, indie is supposed to mean independent of a publisher, but they're often indie publishers, and then it just means low budget games. Sometimes it's big budget. Uh, yeah. Um, Even if you get funding, sometimes it can still be dependent because sometimes you have a demo or proof of, well, let's leave it. Okay. Format is a detailed immersive setup with a rich narrative spanning location characters, the structure with IDs. It's a clear progression while weaving complex bullets and suggestions. Standardized format ID naming convention are mostly clear, but suffixes could be more descriptive. But the specific context being lost in the forest can help differentiate visit locations. Door field consistencies. Most entries have a door field pointing to the next location, but the final entry lacks one. If this is the end, you might add door end or door none to clarify. If more locations follow, ensure connection. Parent references always points to the previous context, has which seems disconnected narratively. Double check if this should be tied. Are lengthy, which is fine for lore, but whenever one players have used character interactions, short tag should could ground players, gameplay interaction, player agency. Um, World building enhancements. Okay. Just adding a clue about. Yeah. It's okay. So I will have all of that worked out. But I will have you adding a few things to this list. For right now, I'll give you a general idea. An adventure game in phases, where this phase is a choose your own adventure style game. There's no choices yet, as I've not created them. This is simply the narrative. In location form. The numbered suffixes are because technically they're the same location, but in a CYOA, I'll have to create a new room for it specifically. That will be modified in the future. These are actually in a linear order, but they've been renumbered several times because of how I changed the format over time. This is a new I was in another conversation, but you started breaking down. When it gets too long, it stops producing results or does things poorly, which I think has something to do with memory and so on, so forth. Um, Gameplay interaction. Okay, let's. Thanks for clarifying the choose your own adventure style adventure and locations laid out linearly and the numbered suffixes added. Okay. Reflect repeated visits to the same place to be refined later when choices are added. I understand you've got the broader mechanics structure worked out and you're planning to add choices to make it interactive. I also appreciate heads up about previous conversation, potential performance issues, long inputs to keep my responses focused and concise to avoid overloading. For now, you want to add a few things to the list. I'm ready to help with that. Since you mentioned the general idea within specified additions, here's how I'll proceed. Acknowledge the context. Your list is the narrative backbone for a choose your own adventure game, with each room representing a story beat. The linear order and suffixes are placeholders until branching choices are implemented. Offer support for additions. I'll wait for your specific instructions. Okay. So do you want to add? It's all been worked out, so this is what I'm going with for now. But what I want you to add is 2 lines to each room. And that's this particular text. Underneath description, the description, but before what? Underneath the description, but before for door, I want you to add text. Hit 1 if you wish to go to label of the next room. And then right after that, on a new line, add hit 0 to quit. For instance, uh, for 003 Cerulean you would put hit 1 to go to the hit 1 if you wish to go to caves of Dragon Mount. Hit 0 0 to quit. 0 to quit should be on its own line. Description, but before the door. Zero to quit. We'll see if it comes up with it. Okay. Let's see what we got. Wow. It actually did a formatting thing here. That's cool. YAML. Interesting. Very interesting. That's fine because it's going to eventually be converted into a... Oh. I'm going to have to save this in a new document. Because I can think I can copy the whole thing, right? Or I can even download it. Download the file. Where is it getting to? How far is it getting? I download it as the YAML or whatever. That is so interesting. Never seen to do that. Okay, well, East Depot. Okay, well, this is quite an interesting thing. I've never seen it do this. Okay, well, that's cool, I guess. Alright, I'll just let it go. Apparently it's still generating. Anyways. Okay. Oh, shoot. It's almost 1:32. Oh. Let's go ahead and download it. And let's put it in desktop. Redot. Projects. Sign documents. Save. I've never seen you create a document like this before. Very interesting. A structured way to present the updated room list, keeping everything organized and true to your request. Add 2 lines. When if you wish to go to end. You don't actually need that. You don't need to put it on if you wish to go to end. Okay, so now I'm going to want a file of separate json objects, so I don't want it all to be in the same list, since these will end up being separate files. But I need a single file so I can copy. Need a single block so I can copy paste it into its own file, into its own single file. Here's the format. And then I can go here, I can go to this. Alright. Couple of notes. Everything in the description is a single string with new lines, characters where there's a new line, except I want an extra space before hit or hit one you wish to go to next label. And another extra space before hit 0 to quit. What? Yeah, go ahead. That was just my dad. I don't know if you could hear him because I have the noise suppressor on, but he wanted some coffee. Coffee's still in the pot from this morning. Okay, so before, and I'm about to take my break here. I'm like a minute over, but let me finish this over here. I want extra space before. Um, choice the door array. Only one door right now. Is always 1. And that is a string, not the actual number 1 for future use. Awesome. No, 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 no. Doggone it. I probably said it wrong, but I want it to be a single block of text, but individual JSON objects for each room. I'm going to copy paste it into a file, and then I'm going to split it into individual files. You want a single block of text containing individual yes, that's fine. Did you also format it the way it was in the YAML format? That is, there's no visual formatting, i.e. no indentation. I want all the indentations to be there so I can still read it. Single block of text, individual JSON objects for each room per line formatted, proper indentation for readability. It's still not doing that. Well, all right, whatever. I'll let that go because I mean, it'll still work, but I'm gonna have to have it like reformat it visually. So, whatever. I'm gonna go on my break. So, if anybody's listening and or watching, I'll be back in about 30 minutes. So it's gonna be about 5 minutes past the hour when I get back because of how long it's been taking. So. Thanks for watching so far, and I'll catch you on the other side of the break. Oh, thanks, Ohm. Here, I'll respond in. All right, thanks. That was just an error on my part. Sorry. I turn it off when I go to break. I turn it off. Anyways, so I was working on the other conversation. It was putting all of the stupid JSON all in one line when I was trying to tell it just the description. This is doing it correctly, and we'll see if it doesn't crap out. The other conversation it crapped out when it was almost done. So we're gonna see here if it craps out here too. And and that wasn't even as long as the old conversation. The old conversation I got to where it got super sluggish for some weird reason. It just craps out. I mean, I suppose it's a memory thing and stuff, right? I mean, it's not like it's unlimited or anything. It's just, although I wish that they would have a way to mitigate that, where it would automatically go to a different conversation, but like remember the old conversation, like a thread, right? Conversation threads or something, and that way it could actually go and access when you ask for it. And you could almost think of that's kind of the way we think too when we do a conversation. When I have if I have multiple conversations with you on a certain subject, I'm not going to always remember what I said in past conversations, but I'll know what you're talking about because of past conversations. And then as the conversation goes, and then you'll be like, "Do you remember that time when I said blah 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 blah?" And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I remember that." And then you remember it. Why? Because your brain does this compartmental thing, where you're putting things into compartments, and so they'll say something that will trigger this compartment to open up, and so that you'll be able to recall, right? That's how a normal conversation goes, and that's kind of how they should treat these too. You know, it's like also now you may have a conversation with somebody for hours, and you might be able to do that, but maybe you wouldn't be able to do it for a whole 24 hours, or maybe several hours, several days, or you know what I mean. So there would be a limit, right? And you'd be like, okay, we'll resume tomorrow, and then like you said, it could go back to previous conversations and saying, I don't remember. Could you go back? You know, could you go back several days? Could you go back a couple of days? Could you go back to what I said yesterday? Did it crap out again? And it crapped out of the same place. I wonder why it's crapping out the same place. Hmm. Annoying. Okay, so I'm full screened. Why? Okay. Oh, it almost has everything there. I'm gonna go ahead and download this as I'll leave it as okay. Do it as text. Channel lamps rooms.txt. Okay, we'll save it. Now, what I'm gonna do here is because it looks like it has almost everything except for the last one. Honestly, why did it? Okay, I can actually format it. Now we can actually go ahead and the last door and that. Okay, so the next thing we can do. Oh, okay, right. So I don't know if this is a tab or spaces. These are spaces, aren't they? Okay. Go ahead and hit. Actually, let's go ahead and hit tab. Let's see what happens. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I'm right. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's just line it up. That's a good thing about having monospace fonts. That's okay. Whereas here, so 2, 3, 4. Wait, what's this extra? It's okay. It's just mostly just an extra. I want an individual. Hmm. So in order to make them individual JSON objects, not an array of objects, do I simply remove the beginning and end? And the indentations, right? No, doggone you, no. Redo the list as separate JSON objects. I'm going to put it into a text file and then write them out as separate files. What? Now. Stop. Show inline. Actually, I don't care if you showed it inline. You know what? Let's do something here. Let's save it. Select all. Actually, where's the last one? We don't need this extra. Okay. Select all. Copy. And we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to try this again. Turn this into individual. Turn each room indicated by ID, label, parent, description, doors. Into its own object within the same file. I'm going to save it as an ordinary text file and use a script to separate each room into individual JSON files. I want to see what it says. I mean, I can do it, but why is it doing that in a block? Quit doing it in the stupid block. Full indentation as follows. Why is it still doing it? We're still doing it in a single block. It's not what I want. I want it formatted as 93 individual JSON objects with full indentation. They're not to be in a single array. Can it do it? It's still doing it. Can you not do what I ask? Get mad at this thing. Fully indented written as separate. Here, I'm gonna give it a paragraph. Selection, screenshot, copy clipboard, Control-V. This is what is being displayed. It's not indented properly. Maybe I should have did both. This is how I want it displayed. This is how it's displayed. This is how I want it to be displayed. Find display it's not being preserved correctly in the output display, even though the structure is correct. Let me provide the output again, ensuring proper indentation. I can provide the full file. That's fine. I suppose it was too big. I suppose that was the problem with it, was that it was too big. So here, let's go back. And it's still, I don't know why it's still having problems too. I mean, I get it's kind of long and stuff, but daggum. Nope. That didn't work either. I think it's one of those deals where I have to, like, I don't know, reboot or something, or log out or something. Uh, it's not an issue on my side, as you've been doing it correctly for a long time now. See, it's already got it. I don't know. Conversations must have been so long that actually you were starting to mess up earlier in a conversation, and I finally got you to output stuff correctly, and now you're not working right again. I don't know if it's a memory issue or what. I'll try again later. Here, fine. We'll just file, new, paste. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Well, it is displaying in a new text file correctly on my system, just not in the window. Can you do the whole list and then I can check it afterward? Well, it's not stopped, so that means it's still working somehow. But it's not doing anything. It's not doing the thinking. Sounds like an issue with how the Windows renders the indentation by output is correct. Since the output would be lengthy, I'll ensure it's formatted correctly to verify, for you to verify it afterwards. Okay, we'll see if it does each one. It's having a hard time, but we'll see. And I got 30 more minutes, so we'll see if I can get this done in 30 minutes. It's just one of those things where this is like a super tedious deal, and honestly, I suppose I should be able to write, let's say, a Python script that would just take the text file as is, and then would create the proper formatting, and I could actually probably get it to do that, I suppose. I do wonder something though. This is the formatting. What's the space is not tab, so that's kind of weird, but okay. I'll go for that, I guess. So I have to sit in here and wait for it to generate. I mean, I have it mostly, I guess. I don't have it in the format that I want it precisely, though. Although what I did is I did copy the JSON, so it doesn't really have to do much. Let's do something here. 014 wizard you all one. Okay. See where we're at. Kingdom. Okay. Let's see what's going on. I don't know, sometimes I think this AI is more trouble than it's worth now. Like maybe... Yeah, I mean, if once I have the format, and it did actually get me part of the way, I guess I could have done the rest of the way by myself, where I took it and I made it, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would have just been super tedious, though, to do some of it. For instance, the slash ends, the new line characters. I'd have to do I'd have to know how to use the Python to scan it and to add the new line characters in there that weren't in there, maybe, or something. Looks like it's still processing anyways, right? Wood, Grand Chain and Lady 2. Okay. Rolling towards the middle. Let's see what's going on. Reaps. Did it stop? It stopped. It stopped. Daggone ya. It stopped. Why did it stop? Okay, let's do the one thing. Okay, so what if I page down, bottom, shift tab. Ooh, what's this? Everything's shift tabbed. Page up. Okay. Is there a reason you did not finish? Was it too long? And so this is what I'm going to do here. It was as formatted. All right, we'll let it go, and in the meantime, I could probably use this, so I'll probably use this. Okay, so let's go H, replace it with, and we're gonna go do this replace. Right, because I don't have any more. The only other array that I have is the door array, and it only has one, so it doesn't use a comma. Not much I remember from, which can also get you in trouble too if you're missing a comma. Oh, I thought. What happened? I thought the whole thing was in here. Apparently it's not now. Okay, after the description, hit 0 to quit. And I don't know why. Why is it gone? Because it wasn't gone earlier. Not gone yet? Oh, it isn't gone. So what? Okay, fine. Right? Comma doors. It's colon and empty. It's an empty. Okay, so Control S. I'm gonna save it. And I probably don't need it to do this because this is probably completely fine the way it's supposed to be. But that's okay. We'll still copy it all as long as it's... I'll let that go. I mean, I still have a few minutes anyways, right? So I guess I can screw around for a while or something. I don't know. Let's go in here. Let's check room. Room ID. Room ID. Room parent. Room name. Do something here. We'll let Brave Leo answer the question here. Commonly uses a member name to refer to the parent node of the scene tree. Can I use that as my own member name of a node 2D derived class? It's a member of a name or using names specific meanings in the context of the language or engine to prevent confusion and potential bugs. There's parent. Oh. Any suggestions to use instead of parent? Previous room. Owner. Custom parent, parent node, owner node, parent ref. parent object, parent instance. My game, there are rooms with hierarchy. The children of the room are usually in the form of door objects, meaning it's a door to another location, much like in a real house, where the bedroom might open into a hallway. So I'm naming the previously connected room in sort of a branched tree structure. Although right now there aren't any extra branches. So it's 100% linear. I.e. CYOA connected room, previous room, adjacent room, linked room, source room, origin room, parent room. Yeah, parent room, room parent. Honestly, parent room, room.parent room, I guess it's not too bad. It is kind of interesting though, because the way I've said it is, you can only have one parent, right? So if there's multiple doors, you could actually come from a different room, and so your parent might not be. That's something I might have to rethink. Previous. Ancestor and descendant. So it's going to be for a choose your own adventure style game. You know, that raises a good question though. If I'm doing a choose your own adventure game, right, I can think of the branch tree structure where one, it's like a hierarchy where one goes and it splits off into two or three or however many, and then each one of those splits off, and they almost always are one way, or not one way, they almost always have just one parent. Hmm. Doors leading out of the room can represent different choices, lead to new rooms or branches in the story. Origin room, source room. The connections being changed dynamically. You might want to update these multiple doors. Well, like my room only has like rooms can usually have multiple exits, right? Like in my bedroom, there's only one room, so it's only one door. So its parent room, in a sense, is the hallway. Well, let's see how Grok's doing. Maybe it got through it. It did. I might go ahead and use it. It didn't finish, did it? Okay, forget it. That doesn't really matter. I got my deal because they were an array and they're individual objects in the array. So I managed to fix that by doing this. So this is probably okay. In fact, I can probably take this and I'm gonna try something here. Select all, copy. Okay. I mean, maybe it was too big for it. Maybe that's the deal. Maybe that's the deal. Period. Take this list. The line above each object, put a space, and then put the ID plus .json. For instance, ID colon 042 castle throne room 1. I put JSON above it. And do this for every room JSON object. I just wonder something. Maybe it might have got to like okay. Now I'm gonna take it to assume that it's putting the indentation proper because it looks like I guess it's so big that it's got to do this other way of doing it. In other words, supposedly it's handing it off to a different AI, different model, different thing or something. We'll see. It might not be able to do even this. So I could probably create a Python script. If I couldn't get it to do it, I could probably even get Grok to do it. But create a Python script that goes through, reads each block, puts it in a dictionary with the ID as the key, and then with the ID as the key, and then open a file for writing, and then write out each item in the dictionary as as individual files. I could probably get it to do that. I think. I'm getting the impression that maybe the reason it's having so much problems. Now it might not have a problem here because I've started with a brand new uh, discussion here, conversation. So it's very possible it'll get to the end of this one just this one time. But it's very possible that I'm just hitting up to the constraints of what it can do. So I guess we'll see here in a second. Sorry, this isn't more exciting. Of course, if you're watching this on if you're watching this live stream after the fact, then you can skip through and you can get the relevant bits. And really, that's kind of what I was doing the updates for, was just to put the relevant bits, the relevant progress that I made into an update so you didn't have to go through the stream at all. You know, if I ever get more than just a handful of people, and usually it's all I can count on one hand, see there's 0 people right now, supposedly watching. Uh, Maybe it says 1 watching on YouTube, but that's probably myself. And here is probably, it says it's 2 watching in Rumble. So maybe I have a couple of people watching. Maybe I have at least 1 person watching. Um, and O must have been watching for for a second or two to notice that my audio wasn't on. And that was just a mistake on my part because I shut the audio off when I go on break so that it doesn't pick up anything extra while I'm away. And then, of course, I turn it back on when I come back, and sometimes I forget. I forget quite a bit, it seems like. Anyways, if I getting super slow, today's only Monday at least, but see, now it's almost 3:30. I was hoping to at least get I was hoping to at least get this part done here. It's not done yet, I hope. Okay, I give up on that part anyways. Because, yeah, it's done. It's not blinking anymore. You must cut off at a certain length. Must be too large for whatever memory is set aside for answers or whatever. Maybe I go, no. Seems I hit a limit. Yeah, you're telling me you hit a limit, right? Let's do something here. Select all. Here, actually, it's not. Let's copy with this. Let's go into here. Let's go file, new, hit paste. Nope. It doesn't actually keep indentations in there, so either there's no formatting. Okay, forget that. Close without saving. Close without saving. YML. Close without saving. If I want to do this in the future, I'll have to do it in pieces, I think. Mm. Let's do something else here. Um, let's go to history. Where, dang it, where's the history? Okay, so okay. Let's see something here. Maybe it might take a long time to just to do that because I was thinking, it's already 3:30. Doggone ya. Uh, uh, uh. let's see something here. Let's just do. Can you validate this JSON object? Actually, I could go to the validation site. Okay. Copy. So, don't do anything just yet, but here's a sample of 3 rooms for my game. Individual objects. I have 93 of them of various names. Can you write me a Python script that would take each object in a list in a text file and save it as individual JSON files with 1 room per object using the label, no, not the label, the ID of the room, not the door, as the file name with the extension JSON. It doesn't know how many objects there are, so it will just have to iterate through each one that starts with and ends with. Okay. Put the content individual JSON objects using regex to match JSON objects assuming they are separated by new lines or spaces. ID skipping object with no ID. Write JSON object to its own file. What's this if name equal to main. Let's see. Python if name is common name used to control the execution code based on whether Python files directly or imported as a module. Built-in variable that represents the name of the module. When a Python is run directly, Python.script.py name is set to main. When the file is imported as a module, name is set to the module's name. Block ensures the code inside it only runs the script is executed directly when it's not imported. Output running directly. This is a function. Boxes your split rooms to files only runs when you execute the script directly. Later, import the script in another program to reuse. The function will automatically execute preventing unintended file creation. It's a way to make scripts reusable while still allowing to run standardly. Okay, thanks. I will drop this. So each object is on its own line. I should say group of lines so that there is this as the end of one object and then this as the beginning. Do they need a space in between each room, or will that work fine? All right, let's do this thing. Let's do this. Okay, so chatting lambs rooms dot text. Okay, since we got that, all right. Let's go ahead here and let's go to dev stuff. Okay, let's go to Python projects. Open a new tab. Let's call this okay, projects. Let's call this create new folder, new split. Let's call it new split. That's all right by me. Stuff. Where were we at? Where were we at? Where is it at? Where is it? Okay. Copy. Okay. New split. Okay. Paste. Let's rename this. Oh, rooms. TXT. We'll just do that so we can do it directly. And then let's go, whoops, let's go back to this and let's go ahead and copy it. So let's download that. Download it, splitrooms.py. Let's go up to dev stuff. Okay, Python projects. Split, new split. Split paste. Alright, save it. Save. Okay. And let's do this. We'll call it rooms.text, which is fine. And we'll just say, put in terminal. And we'll say Python 3 split rooms.py. I think that's how it works. Created file. Air. Oh, what am I? Okay, so what am I missing in there? Why did I do that? Darn it. Delete. Delete. Let's open rooms.text. Let's see. Let's make sure the last one is okay there. Okay, let's terminal. Okay, good. Good. 42 Castle Throne Room 1. 95. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I missing? Missing delimiter, what? I asked Grok to validate it. Copy. Okay. Oh, this. Can you validate this? Last room isn't working correctly. Here's the error. Okay, what's going on here? What's the problem here? Why is it having a problem here? Doggone it. Expecting comma delimiter. Where is it expecting a comma? Line 5, column 371, character 501. 1, 2, 3, 5. Did I maybe? Oh, maybe the magical part. Maybe it needs a slash. Let's see if that's. Let's actually see if that's the problem. Is that the problem? Let's save it. Rooms.txt. Okay, save it. Okay, now let's go back in here, and again, I'm gonna delete all these ones because I think that's what it is. I think it's just missing. Magical was in. Okay, that was it. Oh, yeah. Okay. These were all right. 42 Castle Throne Room 1. That's okay. Let's do them in created time. Let's see if they go into an order in a created order. No, they don't do it that ways. Okay. At least I know what it is. Here's this was too much for you. The problem was that I had a quotation marks that needed an escape sequence. So it works fine now. Select all. Copy. Okay, so here's the list. Granted, it's long, but what I would like you to do is to provide me the is to compile a list of the IDs in the order there are in this text here. Just list the names and number them if you can from 1 to 93. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so all the problems I've been having is just because of its actual memory limitations. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is actually, oh, it's actually 10. It's not 9. But 10 Cerulean 1, which is 3, 9 random villages, 17, 18, 14, 19, 11, 20, 21, 22. Okay, there we go. And I want to copy this. Actually, I want to copy the line numbers here. Let's copy this. Let's, well, new, paste, okay. Save as. Let's go to, yeah, it's 4 o'clock. I should be quitting. Well, at least I got to the point of where I needed to get to. Let me save this last thing here. Let's go to dev stuff. Let's go to Redot. Let's go to Redot projects. Let's go to phase 1. Let's go to this. Enchanted Lamb's rooms. Enchanted Lands rooms. Order. List order. List order. See? Saved it? Alright, good. It's saved. Rooms.text. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's... And actually, I probably won't need it next time, but I'm going to go ahead and put... I'm just going to escape sequence this here. Save it on purpose. Okay. We can close this. And that will be all for now. Thank you. If you need more. Alright, catch you later. If you need more help with your game, just holler. Sure. Sure, sure. Alrighty, so now of course I need to do a cursory check here of all the rooms. And honestly, well, it's alright. ID parent underscore label sky 2. That's fine. Description, okay, that's fine. Maximize 1, door to maximize 1. Choice 1. Destination. Okay. And parent I'm still gonna have to work on. I can leave it as parent in the... Yeah, that's another interesting thing. Because you're gonna have multiple doors to something, maybe. Not always, but you go into a room from a door. Let's say it's a hallway, and you go into a room. I almost should do a I should almost have a like to be able to go back to... I mean, that's what that is. You can go back to the parent. But what if I have multiple rooms? You know, if I have multiple doors, right? That's something I'll have to think about, I guess. Anyways, maybe that's for another day. But it looks like everything is cool here, and I guess we'll work on loading them up in the game tomorrow, I guess. Let's go ahead and actually, we're going to take all of these. We're going to, I guess we'll copy them. Go to dev stuff. We'll go to, actually, this is actually the rooms right now. Let's go ahead and close this. Create new folders. New rooms. Just go ahead and paste them in there. Paste. That. And I guess we'll leave it like that. It doesn't really matter. So let me go ahead and new rooms, new format, new names. Commit to main, push origin. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick recording to kind of show what I did and all I did, and we'll see for my text for my thing here. Anyways, I'm just gonna do it here real quick before I end the streaming. So bear with me, or you can just leave if you're in there. You probably, I don't know if there's anybody watching, but if there is, you know, you can leave right now, or you can wait until I'm done recording. Okay. So today, Monday, April 14th, 2025. I did get some stuff done, but and honestly, I probably shouldn't have deleted all the conversations. I had multiple conversations with Grok where I kept trying to get it to here. Let's go into this one. I have all these rooms here, enchanted lands, rooms, the text, and what I started with was this one, where it's all renumbered and stuff, and then trying to get it to actually convert it to JSON was a pain in the butt. It just would not work the way I wanted it to. It would stop partway. It would at one point it would format at all, and it was just being a big pain. And then finally I got one where almost all of it was done, which was that Enchanted Rooms text list. This one, and this was cut off, and so I had to actually put this in here. Then I had Grok actually write Python for me, and then it created the individual files. So if we go into here, these are the new rooms. See? They're like location. Enchanted Lands is a location 1, right? And these are really just intro text, but that doesn't matter that much. Hubert Home, there's only one of him right there. Cerulean, there's 2 of those. Only one of Caves of Dragonmount, one of Sky, or 4 of Skies, 4 of Lapse Woods, and so it's later on when I collapse them into like a single room because it's the same location essentially. Except for the random villages, they're actually random villages, so I'm not sure how I'll handle that. but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Um, so yeah, I mean, it was a pain in the butt, but now I got all three of them, or all 93, I mean, and they're all individual JSON files, and so I'll have to update the loading code. I'll have to update the names and stuff, and I'll have to think of another name for parent because parent is obviously a member of something with GD script. So I'll have to think of something else, and also choose your own adventure. You can think of as a branch tree structure or hierarchical structure where one parent can lead to multiple rooms, but each room only has one parent. And I'll have to consider the fact of like the multiple exits thing. I might have to redo the exits when I get to the point of actually having different choice sets and rooms and stuff. And so the way the doors work somehow, I'll have to think about that. Maybe I'll have to even have to restructure everything when I do that. I guess we'll get to that when I come to it, and we'll eventually see how to, you know, in some cases there might be different entrances you can go out of, go into, and stuff. And anyways, that's what I did for today. So you know how long that took? 3:52. Here, I'm gonna do one more, and I'm gonna do it really super quick. Okay, so we'll start over again with that, and Monday, April 14th, 2025. All I got done today was to convert this uh, these text files, convert these into well, actually, this is already the JSON. This is the big JSON list. But take this, convert it to JSON, which it managed to do after some cajoling, or whatever you're going to call it, and then produce this, and or where everything was in there, all except for the last one. I filled that in. I fixed that. I got Grok to write me Python scripts to new split, and it split the room text into these individual rooms here. So yeah, so I guess tomorrow we're gonna work on the loading code. So yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. And that'll about do it for today's stream. I don't know who's still listening, but anyways, thanks. Thank you for watching.